We last left off on the Deep Space 17 with the station commander, Captain Felix Keller, doing an investigation into the what happened with the USS Tenshi. As the former crew members of the USS Tenshi slowly began to uncover things about a mysterious alien named Zed. The station's red alert sirens begin to sound off, and we will start from there. In ops, Commander Arif, is that right?
Arif.
Arif, sorry. Commander Arif, you're currently in station ops while Captain Keller was conducting his investigation with the counselor. Sirens begin going off as the station begins to shake violently.
Oh, that's not good. Who's I guess the operations or duty officer?
Currently,
Uh,
it would be a supporting character, but I don't think there's anyone currently stationed there at the moment. So it's just an
well,
unnamed
fair
NPC.
enough. Um, hmm. Well, I'm gonna look to unnamed NPC and ask him to get started on trying to figure out what's going on. But I too am gonna try to pull up what's going on and see if there's anything on sensors or whatnot.
Commander's strong gravitational anomaly appears emanating from the station.
Fair enough. So if I could just ask, just because I just got here, is that would this be significant to me?
Your character wasn't part of the investigation, and that was just recently uncovered towards the end of it, so your character wouldn't really know yet about that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, you know what? This is why I'm DXO. I'm gonna tap my comm badge and call for the captain.
Status report, Commander.
It looks like the station is shaking violently, sir. Um, I'm trying to get to the root of it, but it seems like there's some sort of gravimetric disturbance.
On my way. And just as the channel closes, we hear a loud explosion.
Well, Arif is thinking that his first day is going from bad to worse.
To be fair, you've probably been on the station for a little bit. So.
That's fair. The first day he decided to actually start paying attention. Um, hmm. Uh, I'm sorry, I don't know the name, but I'd probably at this point try to contact the chief engineer and also simultaneously see if it's what our status is for the structural integrity and/or shields.
Just as you're about to get a hold of engineering, the entire bridge goes dark. And the shaking stops.
Well, I say a little bit of better, a little bit of worse. I am. Arif is going to attempt to uh, calmly think about where he was in on the deck and try to locate an emergency supply case that may have some sort of flashlight.
Let's make this daring con difficulty of 1 to kind of navigate and figure out where the supply case would be at to find the beacon.
Fair enough. Daring con difficulty 1.
You manage to locate a emergency supply crate and pull out a beacon.
Oh, goody. So let's shine some light on the situation. And is everything just completely dead and out of power, or do we have any emergency backups or blinking displays?
Uh, as you're shining about, the consoles all appear to be dark, but soon after, emergency power kicks on, illuminating a little bit of the operations station. While as you look, you appear to have some injured crew members in ops. Some of them seem to may have hit their heads during the last violent shake and the explosion that happened on the station.
Um, does anybody look uh, to be in deadly peril?
Insight medicine difficulty 1.
Alrighty.
Gain a momentum. Whoever's keeping track of momentum. Yes, there is one individual who's currently slumped over his console. You realize it's an ensign who's in charge of operations who was reading out the sensors. Appears his console overloaded and some debris from the op station fell on top of it.
Uh-oh. As I walk over to him, I'm gonna test my comm badge, see if communications are up.
Communications, you get as you terp your comm badge, you get static.
All right. I am gonna turn to um, the unnamed supporting officer and tell him to book it double time to sick bay and make sure that they send some support and uh, some medical personnel up here. Um, and I'm gonna, I suppose, eye the debris. I don't truly have a great handle on what I'm doing. If I think that, or if it looks dislodgeable, I will make the attempt. But if the situation looks complicated, I'll probably wait for the medical.
Um, some of the debris is just laying on top. You could easily throw it off of him. There is one piece that's rather heavy from the overhead beam that you would need to lift, which would be a fitness plus security difficulty 1.
Um, Before I do that, is it possible to see if the debris is impacting his breathing?
For a momentum, or you would have to roll for
Uh, yeah, well, I'll give it a roll.
it. Insight medicine difficulty 1. Gain a momentum. Yes, it looks like it is. So the beam is because he's hunched over the console. The beam is laying on top of him over across the console, and it is impacting his breathing.
Okay, for better or for worse, we're gonna give it a shot. Well, I guess lastly, is there any other conscious crew with me at the moment?
Yes, I mean there was roughly probably 5 to 8 people in operations at the time.
Um, oh, in which case, I'm gonna turn to them and ask for their help and have a couple people drag the officer out as I try to lift the beam. And maybe I'm not the most buff person in the world, so I'm not ashamed to ask for help lifting up this beam if anyone is
Um,
capable.
Presence command difficulty 2. A lot of people are kind of disorientated and they're confused. They're more focused on themselves, not helping each other. So to kind of get control of the situation, it's going to be presence command difficulty 2, to get your fellow officers to lift the beam off the injured crew member.
Uh, may I use persuasion as a focus?
I'll take team dynamics.
Fair enough. Um, and lastly, does anyone mind if I spend a threat?
No, you don't have to ask.
Yeah, we spend it all the
Yeah, it's also it's kind of up to you. Like if you think we're in a bad situation and you shouldn't do it, then don't do it. But you don't have to ask every time.
So are you giving me a threat or are you spending a momentum?
I am giving you a threat, please.
Okay.
This crew is not shy about using the threat.
Fair enough.
That's an understatement.
Gain a momentum, and some of the crew members they look a little shaken and they kind of come to their senses as like you're trying to direct crew members, get everyone organized, and most of the operations staff, they come and they help lift this heavy beam carefully off their fellow comrade, and he is you could see he's starting to breathe a little bit easier, but he's still unconscious.
That's okay. And I know we're in a bad situation right now, but everyone that helps gets at least one pat on the back. Can never spare some enough time for praise. Okay. I suppose let's try to see how bad off this crew member is and see if they can survive not being treated for the next several minutes.
Reason plus medicine difficulty 2.
Alrighty. Ooh, yeah. Could I spend? Nope, never mind.
You nailed it. By the way, you should be at 3 momentum.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. So he's not currently, from as you pull your tricorder, which is not for medical use. You do, as you go through the information on it, it would appear that his ribs are broken, and one of them has pierced his lung, and is causing some difficulty for him for breathing. Removing the beam alleviates some of the pressure, but he would need medical attention soon.
Okay. All right. So I am not equipped to give him that, and I don't want to wait for the sick bay to send someone. I guess I'm gonna have to ask my fellow crew members for yet another favor. Maybe a couple of them could uh, use something on this deck to create some sort of flat surface and basically carry or sled him to sickbay. Actually, before I suggest that, are turbo lifts required to get to sickbay if somebody can't walk?
It would be you could technically drag someone through like the Jeffries tubes.
Yeah, but it's not a good idea. So
No, but currently main power is offline and the turbo lifts are inoperable.
okay. Um. Okay, so I can't communicate with anyone. All right. Let's have two of the crew members start trying to create some sort of system in case they have to transport the injured person down to sick bay, and then for everyone else, one person stays here. Split up everyone else to go to different areas via the Jeffries tubes and try to get main power back online or report. One person to the shuttle bay, or not shuttle bay, sorry, to a runabout. So maybe their computers are not affected. One person to engineering, uh, one person to the armory, and one person to the main bulk of civilian gatherings.
Okay. So you don't have a lot of people in here. One is injured. So then I guess you have 7. You're trying to get some of them to use the debris to make sort of a stretcher to be used. Is that correct?
Um, yeah.
And then you wish to send. You already sent one person out to medical.
Sick. Yep.
So you're down to 6. Um,
Then I guess yeah, just one person to engineering, one person to a runabout, and try to reestablish communications.
okay. We'll just make this one roll. So presence command difficulty 2.
Alrighty, and I'd like to spend one momentum, please.
Get the momentum back.
Only reason I spent it.
And yeah, you send the officers, one of them to the engineering deck, and then another one to essentially where the shuttle bay is, where the runabouts are stored.
Yes, and the runabout officer, with the intention to try to establish a base of communications from the shuttle.
Um, that's gonna take some time, so we're gonna cut over to another player elsewhere on the station. Ellen, just as the regular siren's going off, the your room begins to shake violently. And then suddenly the power goes out with the hologram would disappear at this point. Let's see.
No, he's a mobile emitter.
Okay.
I guess he would disappear for a second, but then I could turn it back on.
Yeah, he disappears for a second, and then you configure the mobile emitter and then activate the program, in which he then reappears. But you find yourself in somewhat darkness for a few moments, and then emergency lighting kicks on, with the room sort of in shambles a bit as things were knocked over and displaced.
Yeah, I look at him and say, "Don't just stand there," and I start picking things up and putting them back where they go.
I beg your pardon?
Make yourself useful. I kind of motion to all the things on the floor.
I'm a doctor, not a housekeeper. And he starts picking things up.
Once I get things back to organized, I'll say, I think they could probably use some help if the station is on emergency power. How do you feel about climbing through turbo lifts? I mean, Jeffrey's tubes.
You'll be the one doing the climbing. You can always reactivate me when we're arrived at our destination.
Oh, I see you like to take the easy way out. All right, I'll click the mobile emitter, and I will go find a Jeffrey's tube and climb. I guess like the 100 decks between me and the engineering. I guess it's probably gonna take me forever. Cause right, we're above the arboretum, and engineering is like 100 something. It's a good thing I don't feel pain.
It's 110 for the reactor deck. But there's several different engineering areas.
Well, I don't feel pain in the. I don't have a fear of falling, so it's not gonna bother me to go down there. It's just gonna take a while.
There is a transporter room nearby, though. Just FYI.
Beaming on emergency power?
More like
Does it
you would
stay?
have to create an advantage, a way to get the transporter room powered enough to beam one person somewhere.
And then I'd still have the problem of station sensors. I don't know where I'd be going. I think it's safer just to use the Jeffrey's tube.
Okay. I'll just give
Yeah,
you
I'm not particular. Like I'm not particularly daring.
Let's go fitness con. Difficulty of 1 to start heading down to main engineering. But first, actually, hold up. Before that, you exit your quarters. You could just use the emergency. I'm not gonna make you roll for it, but I'm assuming you use the emergency release
On the door?
Yeah, to undo the mag lock.
Yeah, I don't want to break the door.
You exit, and you kind of notice a few of the officers injured in the corridor, and Captain Keller, who is currently on the ground unconscious.
I will take out the hollow emitter and turn it on.
Are we there yet? Oh.
No, I got another problem for you to fix.
I'm a counselor, not a medical practitioner.
Check your protocols. You have emergency medical protocols. That's me, GM, saying that he does have a focus in emergency medicine.
Very well. He needs to make a reason plus medicine difficulty of 1.
Take a momentum. Oh, he's right. He's a counselor, not a doctor. The good thing is he doesn't have a medical license that could be revoked.
So with the complication, you do gain a momentum. It does succeed. Do you wish to squash?
No, I want to see what you throw at us.
Okay, so you gain a momentum. You're back at 3. Lieutenant, this individual needs medical attention right away. I lack the proper equipment to perform surgery on him. Appears he has suffered a concussion and is conducive with a small brain bleed.
Well, help me carry him. We'll have to take him to sick bay.
Fitness con or security difficulty 2.
Can I get assistance from the counselor? Whose fitness is awful. His fitness security is as abysmal as it possibly could be. This is that 1 in 100 time where a focus in fitness would be useful. Take a momentum.
get to, and you and your holographic doctor carry Captain Keller to one of the emergency stations nearby. Otherwise, you're gonna have to go down like 10 decks.
We can go to the main med bay if needed. Neither me nor the doctor would particularly be worried about the trek.
After some time, you drag Captain Keller all the way down to the medical center, which several individuals are currently, also believe, Dr. Mountain, I'll get to you in a second, but you are there, along with several other medical professionals.
I'll try to take him to a med bed, a bed. I was confused. I can I can talk to the doctor, right?
Um,
Well, I guess I could have, but he's not here. I was confused because you said you were getting to him in a second, so I didn't know if he was here.
Yeah, I was. I actually have a token I forgot to bring in real quick.
Oh.
So just give me just 1 second. Apologies.
The way the captain's token is made, I swear he looks like Guy Fieri. Like I'm just waiting for him to start deep frying something.
Just as you bring him in, the station's chief medical officer walks up with some other nurses, like, what seems to be the problem here?
I look at the ECH.
Patient is suffering from a moderate concussion and has a small brain bleed. He needs immediate surgery. He kind of, his eyes wide open. Let's get him to the surgical table.
I'll step forward. I'll assist.
Just as you're doing,
Dr. Mountain.
hold on, Dr. Mountain. Exit. 1 sec. Just as they do that, they cart in another individual. A couple engineer officers drag in another individual. Appears to be a bullying woman and Lieutenant Commander Pips. Badly burned and it's pretty obvious, but appears to be some sort of piping or metal. Well, yeah, more like a metal pipe that's appears to be has pierced her lower abdomen.
Four. Help me bring them to the medical bay, and I'll have them come with me as I examine the wound. I make sure that the two people already supporting them continue to do that, but I want to try to alleviate any pressure that's going to be applied to the wound. And then I'll check through my pack and get something for the pain. But won't debilitate their ability to move.
They're currently unconscious, Doctor.
Great. All right, let's go. They need surgery right away. And I direct them to where I just was, or going to, I guess. I don't know. The med facilities. Element of 4. There may be more injuries. If you will start directing them in this direction, we're going to have to get a triage going at some point. I know you don't know anything about that, but coordinate with the medical staff that will appear. I'll send down to help work with organize the injured.
If that's necessary, Doctor, but I would be far more helpful getting the station running so that you have full power than up here playing nurse.
Well, that seems logical. Anyway, well, get to your duty station then, or help one who is there.
Doctor, and I will leave.
All right, you begin heading down to the reactor room, I assume.
Yep.
You, a couple nurses help you get the injured to a bed, but we'll come to your task in a minute. Just to get you caught up a little bit, Doctor, the main power is offline, so everything's running on emergency power. Currently, you don't have access to the ship, or not the ship, the station, so there's no advantage or anything like that.
Sure.
But we will go over to Vogel. Also, Dinniquix, you were in sickbay, correct?
I believe I was in.
Well, man, Garibaldi, he was in sickbay,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, they were talking to me, and then they were asked away. Quicks.
Vogel, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. In your quarters with the red alert siren, going, the station shakes violently, and then after it stops, the power goes off, and from what you can see from whatever light that's somewhat coming in, you see that the room is in a sort of mess. as furniture objects are now cluttering the floor.
Computer report.
No response.
I'm gonna go up to one of the computer consoles in the corridors and try to see if I can see what's going on.
The screen is blank. Main power appears to be offline.
Then I will go to the door and try to get out of the room.
As you walk to the door, give me insight plus science difficulty 1.
Use a momentum.
Get the momentum back and gain 1. As you walk up to the door, you realize, even with main power offline, that the lighting in your quarters is off. It's almost if the sun is, or well, the star is in the wrong position.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, there's still nothing I can do about that here. So yeah, I'm still gonna try to get out of the room.
Yeah, you pop it and undo the mag lock, and you manage to easily get out. You notice that there's a few Starfleet officers. They're all kind of trying to get to their emergency stations or help injured crew members get to medical.
I'm gonna try to stop one of them that are running by. Crewman, what's going on here?
I don't know. The red alert just stopped, but main power is offline. I think there was some sort of explosion down by the reactor room.
Can you tell me how to get there from here?
It's down 80 decks. You have to take the Jeffries tubes, or if you can get through one of the turbo lift access, you can climb down that way. But I would advise against that. If main power should come online through there, you might be squished like a pancake.
All right, thank you, crewman. And Vogel's just going to I guess she's going to try to find like an engineering team or something and see if she can help with repairs, I guess. Just because I still can't do anything about the weird sun until power's back online. Like it's sensors or something.
Everyone seems to be currently busy trying to put out fires or repair damaged bulkheads, and as you try to make your way towards engineering, you come across Ellen of 4. In a Jeffries tube.
I at least know of Ellen, right?
We've
Yeah. You
yeah,
served together.
remember, and we
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry.
we went through the tunnels of the thing.
Yeah. Ellen, do you know what's going on here?
There's no. We're on emergency power. As she states the obvious.
You don't know what the cause of the violent shaking or the red alert was?
Probably an explosion.
Well, I'm trying to make my way to help with repairs or something, but
I am also doing that.
I did notice that it looks like the sun might be going through some anomaly at least. It's kind of hard to tell without sensors.
If there is something wrong with the sun, then we should all be dead very soon. There are very few problems that occur with suns that do not result in massive destruction within their solar systems.
That's why it's imperative we get main power restored so I can start looking at what's going on with it. Or at least get the science team working on it.
Yes, it is very likely we could gather some valuable scientific insight before we're all incinerated.
Well, the incineration is what I'm hoping to avoid.
At that point, Ellen's gonna continue going towards the reactor room and just say, I am going to the reactor room if you would like to follow.
Well, I've come this far. And I'll just follow Ellen then.
Tuzak. Trying to remember where we last left you off at.
I think I was by the labs because I was analyzing stuff.
Okay. When the red alert sounded, I'm assuming you went. We're gonna try to head towards operations.
Of course.
Spend 2 threat for this complication. As the station began to shake, you enter the turbolift and you start heading up the turbolift, and then the main power goes offline, and the turbolift comes to a halt, trapping you inside the turbolift.
Wrap. Can I try to reroute power to the turbolift or something of that nature? Or use emergency power or something like that to keep me going?
There wouldn't be enough juice.
Okay.
Like, you start pulling stuff apart, and there's just no juice in the turbolift.
Okay. In that case, I will look for the emergency escape hatch and climb out and basically start trying to climb to ops.
fitness security difficulty of 2.
Oh, this is gonna go so well. I will use 1 momentum for an extra dice. None of my things work for this. Right, here goes nothing. I'll try re-rolling that 1 with cautious security. No. And here's my doohickey.
You have a bonus momentum, but you find the emergency hatch and you start climbing up several decks. Do you wish to use your float for?
Can I use my float to basically move at a faster rate? Put a little pep in my step?
Float plus 1 momentum, you can.
If that's all right with everyone else.
Go for it.
All right, I'll go ahead and do that.
As you climb up, you get yourself good footing. You pry open the doors to ops. You see the commander and a few officers making a stretcher for an injured crew member as you hop into ops to report.
So I poke my head in. I kind of say, Lieutenant Tuzat, reporting, sir.
Well, welcome, Lieutenant. As you can see, things are kind of a mess.
Gasping a bit.
Is everything okay?
Fitness was always my weakness in the academy.
Well, we share that, Lieutenant, but unfortunately, we gotta go with gusto today.
Yes, sir.
Any idea what's going on?
No, sir. I heard the alarms started coming here and lost power in the turbo lift. Is power loss station wide or localized?
I would have to guess station-wide, as no one's contacted me, but I have no way of knowing that for sure. You, pardon me, but it's been a trying day. You said you were able to get the turbo lift going?
Sadly, no. I pushed my way through the emergency exit and climbed my way all the way here, which was quite an adventure, sir.
Oh, I'm sure. I would truly love to hear about it, just not this second. We appear to be in an operations center that cannot operate. Can you perhaps take a look, see if you can get any of these things function, any of these consoles functional?
I'd look to see if there's any power whatsoever getting up here, or are they just plastic?
They're plastic. The screens are all blank.
No, they're completely dead, sir, and there's nothing we can do up here.
That's fair. Well, I've sent other crew members to retrieve medical personnel for the injured up here. There's honestly not much I can do for them. Do you have any medical training?
Only basic security first aid, sir.
Yeah, took that course too. That's not going to be enough. Hmm.
I wonder, sir, my phaser, could I jury rig it to at least temporarily power a console to give us at least a status report?
Sounds like a good idea, Lieutenant. Any potential negative sides to it?
Well, it is a phaser. I suppose if I did it wrong, it could explode.
Uh, Fair enough. Then why don't you use one of the consoles? Um, I'm sorry, quick out of character question, but is our operations center close to an outer bulkhead wall, or is it kind of nestled into?
It's nestled into the center. The outer portion of it, there's the your office, the commander's office, and then I should look at the actual tick listing. Also, briefing room alpha.
Well, you know what? I'm endorsing the idea, Lieutenant. Let's put my office at risk. Let's use the console in my office. Hopefully, if something does go dire, the room will contain it. Hopefully.
GM, your thoughts on this plan?
You can attempt to use your phaser if you wish to jerry rig it in a way to power a console. You can do that.
I would like to attempt that.
Daring engineering difficulty 3. I'm gonna up the complication range though to 2.
Can I use my? I would like to use my value. Can't let my crewmates down. To try to get this done.
Sure.
All right. I will. What is it? Then 3 momentum to get the extra dice after using a.
If you're wanting to
Or
get,
is it 2?
it's just 2. If you're just wanting to roll one extra dice.
All right, so I'll spend 2 momentum to roll an extra dice. Can I use a focus in hand phaser since I'm using a hand phaser?
No.
Okay. All right. Here goes nothing. So that's 3 successes.
Yes. You successfully jerry rigged your phaser to power a console up in the Exo's office. And
I think I got it, sir.
The console comes online.
Oh, excellent job, Lieutenant. I honestly never doubted you. That's why I had you do it in my office. So, if worst comes to worst, at least I still have air conditioning and life support. So what's our status?
Checking, sir.
Unfortunately, internal sensors are offline. But you could read the last report.
I will read the last report. Appears internal sensors are down, sir, but I am getting some readings here on a report. One moment, sir.
No problem. At least that answers our question about whether or not the station is power or the power loss is station wide.
that was my untapped potential.
So you have one float for question or whatnot. I sent you the info.
Yep. Had to scroll way down because I had to find something from you earlier. And fighting a puppy. Sir, structural integrity fields were failing. Primary and secondary reactors were beginning to overload as a massive power drain on the station was happening.
We're just gonna think about that for a few seconds. In your opinion, Lieutenant, uh, would those factors lead to the station exploding?
GM, would those result in the station completely breaking up, or?
No.
No, sir. I believe that the integrity of the station is still fine, just not reinforced as it normally would be.
Oh, thank heavens for small favors. GM, is there anyone left on the ops deck, or did I send the last guy away?
There's a couple people, but they're starting to drag the injured crew member down to medical.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. In which case, well, Lieutenant, it seems like there's not much we can do here. I hate to make you run a second lap, but if it helps, I'll suffer with you. Why don't we actually? Was there anything else in that last log? Is there an area where the event started, or?
GM?
For momentum.
I assume I already used my float.
Yes.
Okay. Sure. Let's go ahead and use the last one. It appears that this all started in Science Lab 3, sir.
Well, Lieutenant, I have to say we should probably make our way there. Let's make sure to take scans every step of the way. We don't want to run into anything dangerous ourselves, but we have to find out what's going on.
Sounds good. Am I able to put my phaser back together, or is it kind of done with the
It's done.
modifications? Okay. Well, as I kind of look at the phaser, I don't think this will be shooting anything anytime soon. As I kind of drop it. And we'll start making our way to science lab number 3. Out of curiosity, is that the science lab I was in that I just came from?
No, you're at 1.
Okay.
I'll give this to you. Science Lab 3 is supposedly supposed to be on lockdown for upgrades.
Ah. So I know they've been upgrading that lab for a while. Engineers probably crossed the circuits and shorted the whole station out. Can't trust engineers, you know.
Well, they do tend to break things, but they also tend to fix them. So you gotta accept both sides there, Lieutenant.
Well, they wouldn't require fixing if they didn't break them.
And who would build them? But that being said, you had some good engineering work yourself with that phaser. That was quite impressive.
Shall we make our way to Science Lab 3?
Please, let us depart. And I will also be periodically, maybe not every step of the way, but periodically scanning the road ahead with my tricorder.
All right, I'll come back to you. Garibaldi, what are you up to? You were in medical ward. There's a lot of people came in injured. You saw the station's chief medical officer take Captain Color into surgery while who you were working with, Dr. Mountain, took another, is currently helping another patient who just came in who had I'm blanking on the medical term, but essentially a foreign object jammed into her body.
Garibaldi is helping with triage and kind of trying to keep people calm and relaxed as possible, forming the role of counselor / nurse, as it were.
Give me a presence command difficulty 2 as you're trying to help injured crew members come in and direct people.
Okay, would you take either persuasion or psychiatry for the focus?
If you're calming them down, then I would take psychiatry, or stress disorders. But if you're doing triage, that's going to be like a triage focus.
Well, let me ask you this: is there another nurse on duty doing triage?
They are, to the best of their ability. There are some people who are, somewhat disorientated who come in that honestly could go back and do damage repair. That they seem to be fine for the most part. Like one nurse is like looked at him, was like, okay, go back doing it. Is like, no, I'm injured.
Yeah, I'll work with those kind of people and get their spirits bolstered and get them back on duty.
Yeah. Presence command difficulty 2.
Maybe I'm going to give you a threat just so that I have a chance of making this.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot the extra. There's the third die.
You gain a momentum, and after some convincing into like, no, you're fine. You're stressed out. You go through the whole spiel of comforting them, getting them to calm down. They go back to their duties. Nurse comes up to you, is like, "Are you injured?" "Oh no, you're fine." Starts walking off to help other people.
Yeah. Bad pickup line goes through Garibaldi's mind, but she moves too quickly for him.
Oh no, she's in like triage mode, going like looking at people.
If she's pretty, I'll go help her. That's terrible. That's not Starfleet.
It's very terrible of you.
I saw Bashir.
Good point.
You haven't surpassed him yet, which is not something you should try to do.
No. I'm gonna look around to see if try to get an idea of do the people in sickbay actually need my help, or would I just be underfoot and in the way?
You could help to a degree by assisting moving people from the medical ward or into beds and whatnot. But if you're sitting around, you're just in the way.
Well, then I'm gonna go. There seems to be an influx of injured. I'm gonna start checking this deck for other injured people that need help getting to sickbay. Kind of getting out of the way, as it were, saying if there's other people that need help on this deck. Where is medical in relation to operations?
Medical center is on deck 31 to 33. It literally takes up the whole deck.
Ooh, that is a lot of decks. That's a 30 deck climb. What is near me? Crew quarters, visitor accommodations. And there's no power, yeah?
There is no power.
You know what? I'm going to make myself almost useful and start looking for portable power generators to get them get things running better in sickbay. Now I'm going to try to install them because it will probably blow something up. But I assume sickbay is running on emergency power.
Yeah. Give me insight plus engineering difficulty 2.
Oh no. Um, I will spend that one momentum for my hope and a prayer of making this. New. I'm guessing I find nothing.
Unfortunately, as you start looking, like there should be one here. You look in there, there's nothing there. It's almost as if somebody already grabbed all the useful um, emergency powered packs and whatnot that are available.
All right, in that case, I'm going to go looking for the captain or the XO to find out to discover where I can be needed.
The
And, yeah,
EXO, you know, would have been in ops, should have been in ops, and um, as you go up to find the captain, you hear a nurse, you know, saying, "We need to get more. We need this surgical equipment for Captain Keller. He's about to go into surgery."
I am definitely going to go find the XO at this point because he needs to be informed that he's in charge. I doubt anyone's told him yet. So I'm going to go head towards operations with the intention of looking for the executive officer.
Give me insight plus con difficulty 2 to find the best route to operations.
Okay. Difficulty 2. Yeah. Survival is a focus.
I'll give it to you at increased complication.
All right. Top 2. Okay. Here we go. Oh, good Lord.
You find the best route possible as you start heading up that way through the Jeffries tubes. You find the EXO and not at operations, but somewhere in between as you start heading towards. Actually, a bit closer. Just as they're exiting to head toward or on deck 7, you find the two of them in the Jeffries tubes.
I assume it's Commander Reef.
It is. Well, it was Lieutenant Commander.
Commander Reef. Hold up.
Oh, Counselor. Well met. How lucky to run into you.
Yes, sir. I just came from sickbay, Commander. The captain is about to go in surgery. I believe
What's wrong?
I didn't stop to look. I just overheard that he was headed into surgery. Figured you needed to be informed that you need to take command of the station, at least until he is out of surgery and back on his feet.
Well, that's all well and good, Counselor, but until we can get this station up and running, there's really nothing to command. We were heading to Science Lab 3 to try to figure out what went wrong. Perhaps you could accompany us?
Whatever you need, sir. They got plenty of hands in sickbay. Figured I was just in the way there.
Oh, you'll most certainly not be in the way here. After all, I mean, I'm not upset right now, but it's been a stressful day, and just knowing you're here is good.
Happy to serve, Commander.
Excellent. Well, everyone, let's see who else we can pick up along the way, and let's head to the science lab.
As the two of you are heading to the science lab, we're going to cut over to Dr. Mountain, who's performing a critical surgery right now on a Bolian woman. Dr. Main Power is currently offline.
All right, Sam.
As the nurse kind of pulls up some overhead lights to help you with this, but by the way,
can, nurse. Thank you.
Currently you don't have an assist from the ship, and
can I get an assist from the nurse?
They'll be handing you like the tools you need,
scalpel,
stuff like that, but
laser scalpel. Sorry,
there is no advantage So this would be a control or daring plus medicine difficulty of 4, work 17, magnitude of 4, resistance of 3.
All right. Let's see. We have no momentum. Thanks a lot, guys. No momentum for the doctor. Just kidding. All right, I have emergency medicine as a focus. Might apply. At least, not the surgery part, but the stabilizing part. I will spend a threat for a roll.
It is difficulty 4, just to let you know.
All right, we'll make it 3 threat then. For 2 days. See if we can get some momentum out of this. All right, control medicine. You gonna give me the focus?
No.
No assist, you said?
There's
So
no
it's gonna
assist.
be- Yeah, this is not going to go well, folks. You never know, though.
You could spend.
Okay.
As you're working, you're having trouble. If you wish, you can succeed at cost.
Sure.
Roll 7 challenge dice. Currently, that's only 1 work.
Can I, is there any resistance?
There's 3 resistance.
3 resistance. So this is 1 work.
Yes.
Can I spend threat to reroll?
If you wish. Complication, though, I am adding an extra breakthrough. You'll need actually 4 breakthroughs for this.
Yeah, I'm going to
it's-
need assistance in this, otherwise this guy's going to die.
But yeah, you can. Currently, that's an extra work. At 2.
Okay. There you go. Round 1. No rerolls. No momentum. Lots of threat.
I'm gonna spend 2 threat to increase the complication range by 1. So comp 2. As
How long is this going to take? Isn't this going to jump around a little bit?
this is gonna take several hours to,
Right.
but yeah, I'm letting you make another roll at it.
I don't want another roll. I have no momentum. I have no focus. I'm not the right person for this job, but I'm the only one. So here I am.
You do have
3.
determination.
Okay, on my first thing in the day. Sure. Well, it's true that I don't believe in a no-win situation. So I will use that determination.
Okay.
Still spend 3 threat. 1 more dice.
It'd be 5 threat.
5 threat.
Yes.
Yeah, that's success.
You gain a momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice.
Oh, Betsy. There you go.
It's 4 work. 1 sec.
Stick with me. Jeez, I wish there was more light in here.
Real quick, I gotta go AFK for a second, but currently you're doing 4 work. Doctor, you currently have a momentum. If you spend the momentum on extra work, that will get you a breakthrough.
I will do
Or
that.
you could also spend it on piercing, which would get you a breakthrough. And further on the work track.
But it won't give me a reroll next round. I think I need the breakthroughs though. So yeah, spend the momentum for piercing. Get that extra work.
That will lower the difficulty by 1, and feel free to roleplay, guys. But I'll be right back.
Meanwhile, yeah, I use determination for a random boolean. Hopefully they're good people.
What's a member of the crew? Do you have veteran, Doc?
I do.
Roll
I
your
never roll.
roll your challenge die to see if you get your determination back.
Aha, an effect. Huzzah. I get my determination back. That's sweet.
You probably need it.
We sure will.
So, Commander, Lieutenant, any idea what's going on?
Apparently something that originated at that science lab. No clue what though. At least not personally.
We got mad scientists out of control.
I'm sorry. Being the XO, would I actually know that they were upgrading that science lab?
Yeah,
imagine so.
You have to go through your office.
Okay. In which case, if possible, I would most certainly have added that and said I think they might have been due for some upgrades, but hopefully it's just as simple as that.
never done a simple upgrade to take out the whole station before. But then again, I failed engineering at least once.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but this station, it's new the second time around, but it was built a long time ago, was it not?
That's what I heard. It's a little old. I'm kind of new here.
So you guys would know the station was built back in 60 something. I don't know.
Just old.
Bicentennial.
That's certainly long enough for some things to go wrong, and certainly old enough for some wiring to be less efficient than it is now.
GM, FYI, I rolled my veteran and got an effect.
Yes. Okay. So you get your determination back.
Score.
Commander, I'll help you out however you need. Don't ask me to fix it. I mean, nine lives, and I still can't pass an engineering Starfleet basic engineering course the first time.
Well, that's quite all right. If I'm going to let you in on a little secret, counselor, neither can I.
I won't tell if you want.
Well, given your profession, I would certainly expect confidentiality, though unfortunately we both kind of outed ourselves in front of the chief over here. So
That's all right. As I've shown, I can sometimes tinker with things.
Yeah. So he's got us covered. I'll be there to make some decisions, and you'll be there to make sure my decisions are correct.
And if all else fails, at least one of my former hosts knows how to hide a body.
Really?
And on that note, you come up to Science Lab 3.
Well, for the best, I would say. Um, let's wisely ignore that last statement and give the science lab a little scan before we enter.
What sort of scan?
Pull out a tricorder. Make sure that there's oxygen on the other side of the door. Scan it for environmental hazards.
It's a great idea, Counselor.
You pull out your tricorder, you scan. There does appear to be oxygen. Our life support is not operable throughout the ship currently until the backups come fully back online. But the air is still breathable for at least the next 30 or so hours.
Any other obvious environmental hazards?
There are no fires or stuff like that.
Well, it's safe to go in, Commander.
Well, sounds like the course is clear, and I'm gonna attempt to take one of the doors, and I'll look at the lieutenant and say, "And Chief, if you'd be so kind, maybe grab the other side."
Yes, sir. I'll go to the other side.
Thank you, Chief. Alrighty, let's get this door open.
You open the door, and as you pry it open, the emergency lights, are active in there, and you see two individuals in the science lab. One in a gray suit, looks like he's definitely out of time in a way, and a Starfleet officer. Tuzat, you immediately recognize the woman. It's the woman you've been looking for, who was reported missing earlier today.
You there, in suit. Identify yourself immediately.
He closes his briefcase, seals it. Ah, I am Zed.
Zed, I'm going to have to ask you to place that briefcase on the ground and come here where I can see your hands the whole time, please. Did you hear me? Or did my
Yeah,
phone go?
someone
Oh.
entered the room. Apologies. He sets the briefcase down, and I do not see you brandishing a firearm, but I mean you no harm. As he holds his hands up.
And I wish to mean you no harm. I'm sure we can certainly work this out.
If you don't mind, I wish to be on my way.
I do have a few questions for you before you go.
What sort of questions?
For one, can you explain what you were doing in this lab?
Repairing my ship.
I see. And what caused the power drain?
I merely used your station's power source to regenerate my reactors on my ship.
I see. So you've completely deactivated our station, caused who knows how many injuries, and now wish to simply leave. Is that about right?
Indeed. Is there a problem? I sense a problem.
Yes, that's considered rude in our society.
If I may interject, I believe, I'm sorry, I might be a little hard of hearing, but it was Mr. Zed?
Yes, you may call me Zed.
Fair enough. Nice hat, by the way, but that's
Thank
neither
you.
here nor there. Um, if I might add to the chief's questions over here, if all you needed was some power, why didn't you simply ask? That's kind of what this station's here for.
I asked last time and it caused a problem. I am on a time schedule.
Hmm. Well, that I can certainly respect. Um, if I may ask where you're going, and oh, by the way, you don't care about this crew member behind you, do you? I wouldn't mind letting my officer over here kind of take her out of the situation.
She is uninjured. She is simply unconscious.
Well, that's no help to you at all. I'm uninjured and conscious, so I'm gonna kind of start walking in. And do you mind if I approach?
It is your station.
Of course. I just, you're a guest on it, so this means that you're occupying this room. So in a way, just trying to be respectful. But who who are you? I'm Arif. I'm second in command in this station.
I understand. You are. I'm not blinking. Aloran. There's not many of you left in the galaxy. How fortunate. How
No,
unfortunate.
unfortunately. But that's just what makes our meeting all the more special. Have you met many of my kind?
I have encountered your kind before, but Bet is a different state.
Hmm. I'm not supposed to understand that, am I?
Meaning he's known of you, contacted you, but whether or not someone uh, give me, I guess, insight command. If two.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually said that. Arif said that.
Oh. I suppose not. We wish to remain hidden. But
Well, how about this? See, here's the thing. The chief made a very good point. We can't have you secretly coming and going from to and from the station. Um, as he said, it did injure our people, and there was truly no need for that. Uh, Obviously, you know of my people, and you know of our outstanding ability to keep secrets. Um, why don't why don't we set you up with a way to contact us so your secrecy can be maintained and our systems can be maintained, and that could start a dialogue between us. Maybe you don't need to be hidden forever.
no dialogue is necessary.
Well, don't tell him that. And I'm going to point to the counselor. By the way, counselor, what do you think about this?
I'm a little unsure about letting letting an intruder who has assaulted at least one crew member off just walk off the station.
It's a fair question. I'm going to turn to Mr. Zed and I'm going to say, if I did want to detain you, would I even be able to?
If you're asking if I could walk through walls and transport myself mysteriously, the answer is no. But I did no harm to your crew member.
I
She's
agree.
physically unharmed.
That's true, but I believe what the chief and what the counselor are getting at, and I personally believe you about this crew member, but tangentially, your actions did do harm to us. Um, and that's a bit of an issue.
When did you mean that you had asked permission before and things had not gone well?
He looks at you for a second. You already suspect as much the USS Tenshi.
Last I heard, the Tenshi was missing. What do you know about it?
An unfortunate accident regarding my ship. No lives were lost.
Was the ship lost?
The ship is missing. Like,
But you apparently seem to know where it is.
as I said, an unfortunate accident.
What was the nature of the accident?
A faulty part with my spaceship. I have rectified the problem. Unfortunately, a new problem arose. I regret the damage to your station as a result. I do apologize on the matter.
Well, yes, I'm gonna sit down on one of the random chairs that must be in the science lab and say, well, hmm, well, we seem to be at a little bit of an impasse. I'm glad that your ship is fixed. we do have this issue, and you know where this accident occurred, it sounds like, and you seem like a very pleasant fellow. I'm sure I could order the chief to, you know, fire a phaser into you and it would have no effect. I'm sure I could order the shrink
Oh, it
to.
would very much cause harm to me if you would fire a phaser, but he doesn't have a weapon on him.
No, that's certainly true. I was simply trying to make a point that you you would be able to escape from our clutches anyway, so no point in trying to apprehend you. But as I said, you so far have seemed very pleasant. Why don't you lead us to where this accident occurred, and we'll. I don't believe anyone has died. Correct, counselor?
Sir, the captain is in surgery. I think the Tenshi's doctor may be in surgery with another crew member. There are numerous injuries across the station, and unless we get the power back on, I can't do the math, but if we don't get the power back on before too long, the entire station's in jeopardy.
Hmm.
The very least this gentleman can do is at least explain who he is and how the accident occurred.
As I stated,
Counselor makes a good point, Mr. Zed.
I've already stated I already answered the question. A faulty part to my ship.
Given,
And
go ahead.
and Zid, you felt it was perfectly acceptable to place this station, which certainly has more individuals on it than the starship you disappeared. You felt it was appropriate to place all of these living beings in danger.
They would be in danger if I don't return anyway. This way, you have
Explain
a higher chance of survival.
surviving. Could you expand on that a little?
My people will come looking for me.
Can you reverse what you've damaged on our station in order to help us get it back up and running?
I am not Q. I cannot snap my fingers and replace broken parts and repair broken conduits.
Perhaps a little elbow.
You? Who?
Hmm.
If I was
Boy,
Q, we would not be in this predicament.
that is
You.
fair. And let's step aside the paradox of you pretending not to be Q, pretending to be Q, because that, quite frankly, Mr. Zed, is its own headache.
Sarah,
Um,
I don't understand. He thinks he's a letter?
uh, I'll explain later, counselor. Let's not get sidetracked. Um, Chief, uh, as
That
Mr. Zed
wasn't
has
you.
pointed it out. What's up? No. I'm sorry. I had made that statement to the counselor, then moved on to the chief.
Ah,
Uh, Chief, why don't you um get this injured crew member into the hallway? Mr. Zed, I'd like to get this crew member to sick bay. I'll be honest with you. I would prefer it if you came with us willingly, simply because, as you said, I don't believe I can physically incarcerate you. But as the counselor made a good point, we are still at issue. Or, or, we could skip all that, maybe better answer the counselor and the chief's questions, and then we could all get out of here.
I have already asked I have already answered their questions.
Perhaps you could tell us something about your people.
That would be impossible.
No,
You are
you
not
said
capable.
More like we wish to remain anonymous in the galaxy. It is for our own safety.
Would you consent to being scanned?
You can attempt to, but your scanners will be inefficient to
Fair
detect
enough.
my vitals.
Now, you said the others would come looking for you. Given that you are here, I think it's safe to say that the others will come looking for you regardless if you leave or stay, correct?
The others would not show up here if I leave. I will report to them, and they will no longer need to look for me.
You see, something's just not adding up here. I mean, I'm not the chief. I don't have the chief's tactical mind. I don't have the counselor's, empathic ability. But if actually the main question I have is, you are done with your repairs. You said you could leave at any time. Why are you still here? Why are you entertaining our questions? What do you
Intellectual
need from us?
curiosity. I am intellectually curious.
So are we. About a little quid pro quo. You ask a question about us, we answer. You tell us a little something about your people.
We have been around for a millennia.
Just one?
Oh, no, hold on. We owe him an answer.
I am unsure as to the question. I answered it. I have been around. I have been around for. We have been around for a millennia.
Are you organic in the way I am? They are?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Hmm. And the name of your species?
That I cannot give you.
Totally fair. How about the name of your species' main organization? Like we're Starfleet of the
I
Federation.
I cannot give you that information.
What's
Are you,
something you want to know about us?
I have already learned all about your species. The parasite that you cling to your abdomen is interesting, to say the least. But I was merely observing behavior and updating records.
Quix prefers symbiote over parasite, by the way.
Does it not? Hmm.
No, a parasite implies a parasitic relationship, implies a one way. relationship where the organism it only takes. Quicks and I have a symbiotic relationship. We support one another. Very different.
This is actually pretty fascinating. Mr. Zed, do you mind? Would you stay here for a few more minutes and talk to the counselor? Maybe continue this. I'm sure he has more questions. As I said, I'd like to get my injured crew member to sick bay. I'm gonna need the chief's help with that, obviously, because you have eyes. You can see how frail I am. Then maybe I could ask you a couple final questions, and we could get your departure squared away.
He just kind of looks at you like shrugs.
Oh, much obliged, Mr. Zed. Counselor, if you'd be so kind, I'm sure there's a lot of information you can gain from Mr. Zed here. And Chief, let's get this crew member to sick bay, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Um, yeah, and after we've kind of managed to get her out of the room and are of a bit of a distance away, um, I'm gonna I'm gonna turn to the chief and say, "Well, you did a pretty good job with that phaser. What do you need to whip up a portable power generator to create a level 10 force field around that room? And how quickly can you do it?"
His eyes will just kind of glaze over, like,
We're all crossing new territory today, Chief. You're doing great.
GM, is there any role that I could make to kind of consider what I have at hand and if I could put anything together to make that? Or if it's even possible?
Daring engineering difficulty 4.
Oh, this is going to go great.
You gotta rig up, find some power packs to, essentially rig up and supply power, but it will be limited. Like it won't last for, long.
Can I use a focus and observation since I'm looking around for random things to put together?
No.
Okay. Yeah, thought I'd try. I will give you a whole boatload of threat to roll 5 challenge dice, whatever that works out to be.
6 threat. Take it.
Excellent. Because I love giving you threat. And I still fail. That's very sad.
Well, don't worry about it, Chief. It was a pretty pie in the sky request.
Unfortunately, you're not able to rig up enough power to, or power supply, or power packs to um, create a level 10 force field. You can succeed at cost if you want. However, it's only going to last a couple hours.
Sure, I'll succeed at cost. Alrighty, sir. I got it. It's not gonna last long, but it's better than nothing. Can't believe I actually got this thing to work.
Of course you did, Chief. I mean, you got the screen working earlier. This is essentially the same thing, just a little bit more power. Good job. So yeah. So why don't we? Um, okay. We do have an injured crew member. She looking stable?
You don't see anything physically wrong with her. She's just unconscious. Like there's no bruises, no blood, nothing broken, from what you can see.
All right. So why don't we do this?
Perhaps we should ask her what she's been doing.
You took the words right out of my mouth, Chief. I appreciate it. Let's try to get her awake.
I give her a little slap across the face.
Chief, simple nudge first would have been acceptable.
Ah, I'll try that next time.
What's done is done.
Why does the side of my face hurt?
Uh, you happen to fall in quite a weird manner, my dear. Now, are you okay?
Yeah, Commander, sorry. What am I doing in the science department wing?
Well, let's not worry about that just yet. What's the last thing you remember?
She kind of looks. Going to bed. What time is it?
Uh, what time is it?
Uh, 1100 hours. Around that time.
Um, it's a little bit before noon, about an hour before noon.
I, I,
Well,
I had drinks with Nova. Um, Lieutenant Parker, and she left my quarters. We were planning to meet for breakfast, and then I wake up here.
um, GM, can we link our tricorders to either use them as makeshift communicators or text message machines?
I mean, you're in front of her, next to her. You would have the sidebar step, which you would just whisper to each other at that point. Like she would
No,
be able
no,
to
I'm
see,
just
like she would be able to see you text on the tricorder. Is what I'm getting
no,
at.
I'm just asking if it's possible.
I mean, yeah, it is possible, but the range would be limited.
That's fair. Um, hmm. I'm starting to get a little worried about the counselor. So, Chief, why don't you're a much you're much better at getting information and figuring these type of things out. Why don't you try to piece together the crew members' missing memories? I'm sorry, ma'am, but we'd love to bring you to sick bay, but I'm gonna need the chief to stick around this section for a little bit anyways. So I'm gonna have to beg for your patience while you answer his questions. And chief, why don't you be ready to hit that button if need be?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And Arif at least is gonna head back into the science lab, leaving the two of them.
All right, you head back towards the science lab. Lieutenant,
Yes.
what's going on?
A alien seems to have used our station as a refueling depot without permission and caused quite a ruckus.
An alien.
Yes, the other individual that you saw
What individual?
in the lab.
I don't remember it being in the lab.
Oh,
Lieutenant.
right, you were unconscious. That's. Yes, there was another individual, had a briefcase. Apparently, it's a ship. Used our power to refuel it, and yeah. Um,
Wait. The alien ship is his briefcase. How tall is this alien? How is he like 4 inches? Like she's
uh,
visibly confused. Like how can an alien be the size of a briefcase? They claim it, or well, an alien uses ship for a briefcase. Like she's baffled.
he is approximately our size. I guess the um, briefcase unfolds to become bigger.
That's impossible, Lieutenant.
Well, tell him that. And the EXO thinks that he might also be a letter in the alphabet. Um, what was it? It wasn't R. No. X? No. Ah, yes. Q.
Q.
Yes, I thought it was kind of weird to be named after a letter in the alphabet, but
But
if that's his
why would
species way.
why would Q need a starship? It's like asking God why he needs a starship. That doesn't. Something's not
Why
adding
would a
up.
letter need a starship?
Well, Lieutenant, if I'm not mistaken, Q is some sort of incorporeal being, and there's multiples of them. They all call themselves Q.
I see. That must be very confusing.
I think they like it that way.
Hmm.
I don't, not in character for this NPC. You gonna ask her any more questions, or
So last thing you remember, you were getting ready for bed. Is that correct?
yes?
Hmm. And you have no knowledge or intuition of what this being might be up to.
I'm drawing a blank, Lieutenant. I apologize.
I understand. Let's get you to sickbay, and we'll go to sickbay.
All right. We're gonna head to the reactor room where Ellen of 4 and Vogel, after a very long climb down a series of Jeffries tubes, you finally make it to the reactor room. And you notice several engineers injured. Currently, there's no fire. Most of them are trying to pick up the pieces and do some sort of damage control. It's pretty obvious what you can tell that there was a hull breach in this section that they appear to have patched up. Vogel.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'll look for the chief engineer.
You've well, you don't know who the chief engineer is, but you find the a random lieutenant who seems to be kind of directing people.
I say, I'm an engineering officer. How can I help?
You can assist with doing the damage control. Main reactor is offline, but we're having trouble getting it started.
I'll go take a look.
Reason plus engineering, difficulty of 2. Uh, the appear that the several of the conduits inside the reactor overloaded and have fried as you were kind of doing um, an inspection, sort of on the outer portion, not going inside because it is heavily radiated on the inside of the chamber, and they would need to be replaced.
The conduits need to be replaced and they're in a radiated area.
Yeah. It's a matter-antimatter reactor, so it's in the main fuselage chamber.
How bad is the radiation?
Like Spock level death.
Can you convert that into mechanics for me? because I am more able to resist that than Spock was.
Mechanics wise, you will be taking 3 challenge dice every task roll. That's lethal radiation with piercing 1.
All right. Are there any radiation suits? Because from my understanding, no one's in danger at the moment. Like this is something needs to be solved, but we're not in danger.
Yes, there are radiation suits.
We'll get one of those and go in and attempt to repair the conduits.
For you and Vogel.
Is Vogel coming?
If if it requires an assist.
You can, but Ellen's not going to ask for your help because you wanted to look at the sun.
Vogel will probably help making smaller repairs to other systems, like other. There's probably more broken than just this main thing. So she's probably going to help with some of these smaller subsystems or smaller systems.
Okay, you go off and work on with some of the EPS conduits nearby that ruptured during the overload.
Yep.
Ellen, you get into a safety, radiation suit, and you step into the reactor and to begin working on the reactor. This will be an extended task. This is going to be daring plus engineering, difficulty 4, work 19, magnitude 5, resistance of 2. However, you're only going to have 12 intervals.
Okay. How many magnitude was it?
It is 5.
If I try to take a more methodical approach, would you let me use control if we cut the intervals down to 10 intervals? Basically, I'm taking time.
I'll say it costs you an extra interval per task roll.
Let me think about the math on that one. That only works for me if I buy
It's
it down
15.
for time.
You would have to get momentum to buy, half the interval to give yourself extra time by doing it that way.
I'll do that because we're talking about an 11 over an 8, so I'm much more likely to get momentum and just succeed in general. I don't have a focus in emergency repairs, so I'm out of luck on that. And the computer is not available, so I can't plug into a computer.
Yeah, it would be like reactors or EPS. Well, actually, be more like power reactors or something like a focus on those lines as well. So you do have an engineering kit with you because it's in your arm.
Um, I would like to activate the counselor.
Counselor is currently active with assisting the CMO.
Did he stay up there?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Uh, actually, I will come over and say, Lieutenant Vogel, I think this is gonna take a little more effort than I had anticipated. Would you mind assisting?
On my way.
And this is essentially because I only have one value that I could get to work here. And if I can't use the counselor, I need another person. Because it's working with others is always better.
Is Vogel going inside or
Can Vogel assist from the outside?
I'll allow it. Could use one of the consoles to sort of assist to make sure that it's aligned properly.
Okay. Then yeah, I want to activate the value. Working with others is always better.
Sure.
I'll give you 2 threat.
Is it control engineering?
Its default is daring, but you guys are taking the extra intervals, so you can use control.
Okay. The only one that might apply for me would be power management, but I'm not sure if that applies here.
Yeah, that'll work.
Cool. I mean, it'd help if I actually rolled good, but
Gain a momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice.
Well, we know what we're going to do with that momentum. We're going to spend it right back. And that result is probably going to stand. Well, let me think.
You need 3 more work to get a breakthrough. This will use up out of your 12 intervals. You would go down to 9.
I'm already, yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm spending the 1 to go down to 2 intervals.
Okay, so you go down to, you have 10 intervals left.
I'll spend a threat to reroll.
Well, that gets you 4.
I guess I'll give you 1 more threat. for
Or-
piercing. Because if I don't spend it here, I'll have to spend it to buy dice to get over the difficulty.
I'm gonna spend 4 threat, 1 to up the increase the complication range to 3. So difficulty 3, complication range 3.
I'll give you 1 threat.
Gain a momentum. 7 challenge dice.
Spend the momentum to have.
It's
And
just enough.
we'll let that stand.
I'm gonna keep the complication range at 3.
Oh, we're counting on you, Vogel. Uh-oh.
Almost.
I'm not going to do anything about that. I don't feel like burning any values. I also don't feel like spending any milestones.
Five left. Do not succeed at the task.
What'd you do with the complication? You just took that as threat?
I'm upping the difficulty to 3.
Give you a threat?
Comp 2.
Oh, Lord.
You said comp 2?
Yes. Succeed. Roll 7 challenge dice. That's 5.
I'll spend 1 to reduce the interval.
Three intervals left. I'm going to keep the difficulty at 2. And comp 2.
The difficulty is 2. Oh no, it's the magnitude is higher than the difficulty. Never mind.
Yeah, I'm spending threat to keep the difficulty at 2, and then comp 2. Gain a momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice.
The challenge dice have been mostly good to me.
It's 4.
I will give you the piercing.
Just in the nick of time, you finish as get everything aligned. You exit out of the main reactor and you fire up with power coming back online, and as internal sensors and everything sensors and most of the ship systems come back online, the red alert begins to sound again.
Is there a console in this area that lets me access the external sensors?
Be an override task.
Where would the nearest one be if it's not here?
Ops.
You'd basically have to go up the whole length of the station or override one here.
Yeah, I'll just override a station here to get, just get external sensors going.
Reason plus no. Honestly, just it'd be insight science difficulty 1.
Take a threat so I could get a dice. Am I assisted by the station this time?
Yes. So diff 0.
It has advanced sensors?
Yes, it does.
Awesome. Someone wants to grab the station.
Sensors science. Is someone rolling for the station?
I'm getting there. Yep. Doc and I rolled at the same time.
I take the first result of the roll, but so 4 momentum gained.
Did the ship make it or miss?
No, I take the first. You rolled. Technically, your roll went before the doctor's.
Okay. I'm going to re-roll my miss with my technical expertise.
5 momentum gained. As you look at the external sensors, the ship is plummeting towards the planet.
The ship?
Not the ship, the station. I'm misspeaking. The station is plummeting towards the planet.
Whoever that lieutenant was barking orders, I'm going to say, Lieutenant, the station's heading toward a planet. We got to get thrusters back online.
For 2 momentum, you will do that.
Yeah, take away all of our momentum as soon as I get some. What would be the roll otherwise?
Daring plus engineering, difficulty 3.
I know that I would leave that up to you guys if you want me to make the roll or just give 3.
Yeah, it's an advantage
probably
creation.
better.
You're spending 2. Kind of is an advantage, but I'm upping the difficulty because it's a cold start. For the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll just whatever momentum.
So 2 momentum being spent.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're down to 3 momentum. He walks over. He kind of goes over, kicks the console, and then finagles a little bit, and cold starts the main thrusters, and everybody, lunges a bit as the thrusters in the station start firing, pushing it into a stable orbit.
And then was that why the sun looked weird? Was because
I will
we're
get
moving
to
toward a
that.
planet?
I will get back to you in a moment. I need to finish the doctor's roll. Doctor, this is before main power comes back online.
Son of a biscuit.
You are still in surgery in the dark.
I feel alone in the dark.
You have a qualified assistant.
I do?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he's with the other.
He's with the other doctor.
So this nurse is incompetent.
The nurse is holding the light for you so you can see.
Perfect. That's a great assist. I should get an extra die or something for that.
No.
All right. Where are we at? Back to threat spins, I guess.
There is 3 momentum.
You're gonna give me the momentum? Then I will take it.
It's in the pool.
I'll take the 3 momentum, and that'll trigger cautious.
Controller daring plus medicine difficulty of 3.
Did it go down 1 already?
Because he's exceeded the last task.
Okay. I got 4 dice.
You re-rolling the 0?
Are we-
You have cautious medicine, don't you?
I do.
Gain a momentum. Roll
Yay.
seven challenge dice. That is 0 work.
Can I get a reroll for the momentum?
You can. You can reroll 4
Just
dice.
the 4?
Yes, you can reroll 4 dice. Yes. 4 challenge dice.
That's good.
It's 4 work.
Where am I?
Currently, you're at 12 out of 17 work with 1 breakthrough.
I almost got the work.
I mean, you're chipping away at it.
Surgery in the dark. That's right. All right. I don't have any. Can I spend a threat for piercing?
If you wish to give me a threat, you can.
All right, and that'll give us a breakthrough.
Yes, that will get you a breakthrough.
I'll do that. The doctor doesn't usually play with threat that often, so today is a good day.
Did I?
Hold on. I'm spending 2 threat to take 4 away from the work track. As you're removing essentially shrapnel and the main portion that was lodged within her, a main artery is cut, and increasing your workload as you're desperately trying to seal the artery and
Here with
the
me,
wound.
Lieutenant. Or
She's unconscious, so
does she have any pips?
she is a lieutenant commander.
Lieutenant Commander, come on, Lieutenant Commander, you can do it.
Controller daring medicine difficulty 2.
You'd think the doctor could give her enough anesthesia in the 24th century that she could remain awake for this if she wanted.
I don't
That
think
would
much.
be traumatizing.
All right, so we're at difficulty 2 now.
Yes.
All right, so that feels better. I'm gonna take. Thank you. I need that. So I'll take 3 threat again. Get those 2 dice, but I don't get any rerolls.
I'm gonna spend 2 that to increase your complication range by 1, so comp 2.
Yeah.
Gain a momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice.
All right.
That is 2 work.
Piercing.
That would be 4 work.
That's. If I just do a reroll, that would be 2. And that's essentially the same. Right?
You're currently doing 4 work with the piercing. You need 1 more work to get a breakthrough.
Son of a biscuit. Hmm. I think it would behoove me to try to reroll those 2 dice for the threat.
Okay.
Because if I get 1, then it's a breakthrough, right? So I got 50-50, basically.
You could also roll 0s and not get the,
Yeah, no, it'd be, I have a 60.
So you're re-rolling 2.
Oh, wait, I forgot to hit enter, sorry.
I'm gonna just take the first 2, so that's only 1 work.
There, but it's 1. So it's a breakthrough.
Yes, it is a breakthrough.
right.
Suspending the threat you gave me, Doctor. So complication range is difficulty is going to remain 2. Complication range is 2.
All right. I need 2 successes on 2 dice. How many more breakthroughs do I need? Just one?
Just the 1.
I am going to spend another threat.
All right.
Yeah, 1 die.
Got it. No momentum. Roll 7 challenge dice.
Oh, come
Roll
on.
5 more.
Enter.
That is 3 work, which puts you at 18. That is enough to complete the work track to get you your final breakthrough as you finish closing her up.
Wow.
She's stable. Still unconscious.
Thank you so much, nurse. Couldn't have done it without you. I mean that literally.
Apologies, Doctor.
No, you're perfectly exactly where you needed to be. Let's
And,
see if you can get somebody else some help.
and just as you close her up, the lights come back online as power is restored.
Now you come back on. Okay. Thank you for coming back on. I'll change my phrase.
And for a brief moment, the red alert sirens go off, and as everyone looks around, like wondering what's going on now, and then you get the lunge as you feel the station's thrusters fire.
I slam myself against the bed, trying to keep the patient from falling off, from doing any more damage to them. And I just take the brunt of it, as it were.
All right, with that out of the way, we're gonna go back to the commander and the counselor.
Have the red alerts sirens gone off yet?
Not yet. You're still in the dark a little bit.
Fair enough. I intend to once again head to the science lab and kind of lean against the side of the door frame. Eavesdrop a little bit on the counselor and Mr. Zed.
Garibaldi, have you any questions for Zed?
So can you at least tell me where the Tenshi is? Well, if you're responsible for her loss, you should at least be able to tell me what happened to the ship.
I would need to check with my ship. I would unfold it here, but this room is not big enough.
But you would be willing to tell us where our missing ship is, maybe even help us retrieve it. It would be good for relationships between our people. And you're kind of in the hole on that one.
Perhaps.
Perhaps. Why were you in that region of space anyway, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, my ship became damaged.
How?
I had a hostile encounter.
Really? With whom? Klingons? Romulans?
No one you've met.
Well, if you can't tell me about your people, can you tell me about these people that This species that apparently we've never met?
That would be a breach of protocol.
Whose protocol?
My protocol.
What's the purpose of your protocol?
To not
Okay.
disclose information with outsiders of research projects and ongoing studies of alien cultures.
Are you studying us?
We study everyone. Hence why I can't tell you.
Why are you studying us?
We study everyone.
Why?
For the repository.
The repository. Now that sounds interesting. What's that?
I cannot tell you.
Of course. Give me a hint? It's like a big library?
If I would tell you all the information, I would tell you. Much like your Lieutenant Burke. She asked far too many questions, so I had to wipe her memory. If you wish to know, I will have to wipe your memory as well.
I don't really like having my memory wiped. That sounds unpleasant. How much of her memory did you wipe? I mean, not all of
Just
it.
the past, just for this morning, and
So you've been really good. By the way, how much space do you need to unfold your ship? And when you do, can I watch? I mean, that can't harm if I just see your ship, right?
no, that will not harm. But you may not enter.
Okay. This is a really one-way relationship here, Mr. Zed. I mean, we're giving and giving and giving, and so far, you've just been taking. That doesn't seem very nice. Are people not nice? Not friendly?
No,
At least you're honest about not being friendly. I suppose it could be worse. You could be bored.
oh, your boyfriend is doing remarkable work down in the reactor core currently.
Former bored, I think.
She is still Borg. She has Borg nanites. She could turn at any moment. You should be cautious.
That would be unfortunate.
Your commander here knows well aware about the Borg. Seeing what happened to his wife.
Yes.
Well,
Yes, Mr. Zed.
oh, how much you didn't? I kept interrupting you, Zed. You didn't tell me how much room you needed to unfold your ship.
This space is not adequate. Your shuttle bay would suffice.
Right. What do you think, Commander? Should we follow Zed down to the shuttle bay, let him unfold his ship? He said he would help us find the Tenshi.
That is a fair point. I believe he said perhaps. What about it, Mr. Zed? Would you? I know you said you wouldn't allow us on your ship, but would you be willing to ferry a runabout or two?
Unfortunately, if I would have to travel, your runabout will not withstand the pressures.
Hmm.
It would be
That's
destroyed.
Well, uh, perhaps then you could just create some sort of brig or walled off room in your ship for a few of us to go recover the Tenchi, drop us off, and you could be on your way.
That would require me to leave.
Uh, yes. That's a correct statement. Well, but the counselor's right. I'm kind of curious to see the ship too. Let's head to the shuttle bay.
Perhaps we shall wait a moment until power is restored. It's close.
Well, just how come? Is there. Okay. You know what? Why not? I'll step into the science lab. Willing to willing to take your suggestion on faith.
How do you know the power's almost they're almost ready to have the power back on? How do you know the progress Lieutenant Ellen is making? I mean, you say you're not a Q, but you make statements like you're almost omniscient, like they are.
I am telepathic.
Oh,
No. Or do you have a special relationship, as you said, with time?
No.
let's see that.
Fair enough. Hmm.
Oh no, that was a mistake. Hmm. This might take slightly longer than anticipated. Hopefully we all don't die.
Well, that would be bad.
That is a true bummer. If we die, do you die?
I will find a way to make it out. I don't know about you.
Hey, if you're telepathic, do you know what I was planning?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So, what exactly happened? I mean, you just keep saying accident. Could you be more specific about what happened to the Tenchi? Why is repairing your ship causing so much damage to our equipment?
It is difficult to explain. I am not sure if you would be able to comprehend.
Pretty sure I couldn't, but could you put it in layman's terms? I mean, is it incompatible power thingies? Is it drawing too much energy? What precautions are you going to take in the future to prevent this kind of accident again? It
My
sounds like,
ship is finished repairing. The accident will not happen again.
well, isn't that what you thought after you damaged the tension?
I will be leaving after this. Oh, you should hold on to something.
Okay.
Uh, Power comes back online. The red alerts sirens go off, and then he starts lunging forward. As you feel the thrusters come back online.
Oof. Thanks for the warning, Mr. Zed.
Well, no. He strains out his suit and picks up his briefcase.
Well, yeah, if anything else, I believe you are owed. I'm sorry, you owe the counselor a show. You agreed to the unfolding of the boat, of the ship. Um, and I believe you were just about to at least give me the coordinates of the Tenshi.
I would have to know where we're at first.
Oh, that's no problem. We happen to be in a science lab. Why don't we, I know it's red alert, so we'll do this quickly, but why don't we pull up some galactic coordinates, figure out where we are?
He just walks over, looks at the console, pushes in, like, and you see the screens just like start flashing rapidly to where you can't read anything on there, and then he closes it. It is close. May I go now?
Soon. Close probably means something to someone as advanced as you, but as the counselor said, we're laymen's. Why don't you just, you know, pin the map for us, and then you can take off.
It's best that you find it on your own.
But
If
wait
you
a minute.
excuse me.
Wait. You told me that you would tell me where it was.
It is close. You should easily be able to find it. Just a simple sensor sweep will do.
It's fair.
Orders, Commander.
Well, I, counselor, why don't you, um,
You want me to escort him to the shuttle?
yeah, why don't you escort him to the shuttle pod, shuttle bay, get your show, maybe take a couple pictures if you can.
Oh, pictures. You already have pictures in your database.
Yeah, but there's nothing like the real thing. I was just curious because I'm gonna head to ops. Mr. Zed, I have to admit you've been both polite and frustrating, but in the future, should you need to repair your ship again, I expect you, if you decide to choose a Federation ship, to ask first.
I did. That was Captain Athatin.
That was the first time, not this time.
Next time you can ask me. I will. How about this? I will be willing to send a memo out to Starfleet Command. You may transmit a certain phrase to a Federation ship, and they will help you. How's that?
That would require your Federation to know about us. I think we'll all pass. Good day.
Counselor?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of incline my head to tell you to take him away.
Right this way, Zed. Hey, by the way, this appearance, the way you look to me, is that your real appearance, or just you just helping me be at ease around you?
I think you would find my appearance grotesque and disgusting.
So the second one.
People who've seen our natural form They have been known to be very fearful.
That's all right. At least part of me's lived a really long time. Seen a lot of nasty stuff, though. I appreciate your consideration.
And you escort him to the shuttle bay.
Yeah.
Considering I know where the counselor's going, where is everybody else going?
I was heading towards sickbay with the lieutenant.
You drop her off, so she's fine. Besides the memory loss.
Then I would contact the XO, let him know that she's safe and sound in the sick bay, and if there's any further instructions.
Did my crew member ever come by and ask for some staff to be sent to the ops? And if not, could you send some staff to the ops and basically fan out, contact all the department heads, see who still has injured?
Your communicator chirps
Oh, I'm sorry.
after. Yeah.
This is Arif.
Commander, just to give you a summary of what happened, both primary and secondary power reactors went offline. It would appear that 2 members of the Tenshi crew repaired the main reactor. There was a structure breach on deck 67 and deck 110.
How serious are those breaches?
They have been sealed, sir. The Captain Keller just got out of surgery. He'll make a full recovery. And Lieutenant Commander Livea Lafa is out of surgery, and she'll make a full recovery. Just so you know, Keller is the CO, and Lafa is the chief engineer. The bullion that Dr. Melton saved.
Excellent. That's good work, Doctor. I mean, or I'm who am I talking to right now?
Somebody in ops on the.
Okay. Good work. How's ops looking itself physically?
We're cleaning up the station now, and we're getting engineering crews to replace the damaged consoles.
Okay, understood. In a few minutes, there'll probably be a request to depart. I'm on my way to ops now. In case I don't get there in time, I'll hold them off a moment.
Aye, sir.
Excellent. Thank you. Um, Last ditch effort. Who's my science officer?
The woman who just so the Tenchi crew
Oh,
members
okay.
are different from the station crew members. So the Tenchi crew members will eventually get roped in to the station crew members, but the chief engineer of the actual chief engineer of the station is unconscious in sick bay. Your actual I should have probably said something earlier, but Lieutenant Burke was the chief science officer, and she's in sick bay because she had a strange encounter. And the CO is in sick bay because he just had surgery. The
Okay,
counselor
so
and Tuzat is the head of the security, and I'm assuming he's heading back up to ops at this point.
yeah, as am I. Yeah, Arif had a half-baked idea of trying to figure out a way to track that ship, but just isn't time. He's gonna head to ops and basically try to organize the repairs as best he can, allowing um, the ship to depart, unfortunately.
Where is Vogel and Elena Four going?
Is it still red alert?
No. Like it went off briefly after the one lieutenant that was doing damage control. He restarted the main thrusters, essentially cold start them, and got the station moving into a safe orbit.
Vogel, with the station still overridden for sensors, is going to try to figure out what the hell's going on with the sun.
Reason science difficulty 2, system of the ship's sensors plus science.
Of course, we have no momentum. Take a threat. I'll re-roll one of my misses.
Got it.
Of course it does. I should maybe see what stats the station has. All right, I only get 2 with this one. Okay. Those are the questions, and then
I have a question though. When you're doing the scan, were you comparing it between previous scans as part of the rule?
if it's reading it now as normal, I'm going to cross-reference it with previous scans.
Okay. Give me. This would be reason plus science, assisted by the ship's sensors plus science, difficulty 1.
I'll still give you that threat.
It's computers, but it still hits. So
Oh, I thought you said
Yeah.
sensors.
yeah, no,
Sorry.
it's, 5 momentum gained.
I mean, I'll get us momentum eventually. And for whoever's in engineering, if Ellen's still in there or whatnot, you'll hear it typically, oh, what the heck?
Is there something wrong with the star?
These stars don't match with the database. The star is supposed to be classified as a class M star, but it is now reading as a class K. Class Ks are the big ones, right?
No, they're smaller than Class G. G is the sun, like our sun. K is slightly smaller. Class M has a different range. So M's can be the smaller star, or if they're M giants, essentially the super giant stars, they can be larger than the sun or smaller. Like
But ours was a G.
yes, our sun's a G. M's are red dwarfs. K's are sort of they're orange. They're more of an orange color, orangish red. They're slightly
heck?
smaller than a G star.
What the hell? What am I thinking?
I'll walk up to the computer and say, "Computer, compare um, star system," and then I'll give the name of the star system we're supposed to be in, planetary layout to current planetary layout.
Current star configuration does not match. Sorry for the.
You're not just missing a star, Lieutenant. You're missing several planets.
Computer, what is the current location of Starbase 13? Or sorry, Deep Space 17. Forgot what ship I'm on.
You're on 13 is really far away.
Yeah, sorry. What is the current location of Deep Space 17?
Unable to comply. Unable to find local coordinates.
Explain.
More data is needed.
I'm trying to think what to ask after that.
For 2 momentum, it just needs to process the pretty much the sky to get its location.
Yeah, that's fine.
Processing. Processing. Location found.
Display.
Station is currently at coordinates NIWA-87 ABC, located in a trinary star system, approximately 30 light years from previous coordinates.
I'm going to turn to because I'm assuming I probably don't have access to ops because I'm technically not crew. I'm going to ask Lieutenant to patch me the ops.
He's kind of over here in this, and he's like, yeah, and pushes the button.
Lieutenant Vogel to ops.
I'll say at this time, Commander, you can arrive.
Ops here. Go ahead, Commander.
That's Lieutenant.
Sorry, go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sorry for using this channel, sir, but I did a quick scan of the star system we are currently in, and it does not match our previous coordinate. In fact, it appears that we are 30 light years away from our previous location. I am not sure at this time how the station moved such a far distance in such a short time, or how it moved at all.
That's a fair point, Lieutenant. Stations don't typically do that. There was a great deal of thrust that I felt when the power came back on. Could that have been responsible?
That was to prevent the station from falling into a planet, as we were knocked out of our orbit. But now I know why we were out of orbit. I just don't know how.
Indeed. Real quick, has Mr. Zed departed yet?
Not yet.
Okay, let's no longer just let him go completely. But well, Lieutenant, you know what? Take whoever you need. I wanna know why this or how this station moved, and maybe if you can, grab a couple scans of the planet and the system. See if there's anything that could have brought us here or pulled us here.
Right away, Commander. Does the station have a astrometrics lab I may use?
If you're
It has a
asking me,
stereo. Yes, it does. It has a stellar cartography.
I'll grant you full access to all of the labs immediately.
Thank you, Commander. I'll get to work right away.
Pull who you need, Lieutenant. Good luck.
Ellen, are you any good at stellar cartography?
No, but the computer is, and I can use the computer. What do you want me to do?
I was just seeing if you were able to do sciencey things, is really the question.
Oh, I have a science of 4, but I have a con of 1. So the question is, do you want me to find where you are, or do you want me to tell you how to get there? I can't tell you how to get there.
Because yeah, basically I was going to ask you if you wanted to come to the science labs to try to figure out how we got here. But looking around in engineering, I think you are needed here.
I don't work here. I can go. I was gonna go eat a sandwich. I can help you in the science lab and then go have a sandwich.
I would appreciate it. Computer, transfer all data to stellar cartography.
Yeah, I'll call up Ellen to the ECH.
Ah, Lieutenant.
You're needed in the science lab too, whenever you're available.
Seeing how power is restored, I can easily get around and not holding a flashlight during surgery. Very well. I will be there. Doctor, if you would excuse me.
I could give you a subroutine for a flashlight that turns your face into a flashlight.
My
I'll work on that.
appendages are fine, Lieutenant. ECH out.
Imagine you just come out of a surgical procedure and the first thing you see is like the glowing face of Robert Ricardo standing over you.
That's all I can think of every time you say ECH.
Okay. Two of you head to stellar cartography as the ECH meets you at the door. He had a much shorter ride than the two of you.
What deck is this on?
It's on deck like 4.
Oh, damn, it is. Damn.
Yeah.
It is listed on the little thingy.
I'll say ECH, the Vogel here has lost a solar system. I think some words of encouragement might be in order.
Please do tell me how you lose a solar system.
That is what I am attempting to find out.
Good
Well,
luck.
shall we?
Yeah, we'll go into the science lab.
You entered the science lab, and there's some debris as you kind of clear off the panels, and the ECH doesn't bother asking as he just starts moving pieces and placing them in a pile. So what are you performing
You're
first?
getting the hang of it.
What's that?
Oh, I was talking to ECH. I told him he was getting the hang of it, picking things up.
I will not dare to ask you to give me let you give me the time or take the time to give me the order in which I already know what you're going to ask me of. I am a holographic housekeeper. Which scanner are you perform? What are you doing first?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how we got here.
You go through the logs. The only thing on the sensor logs indicated for a brief moment, a extreme gravitational eddy formed around the station, and then there was nothing because power went out.
Sensors logged the gravitational disturbance.
Yes, and that was it.
Then I'm gonna try to figure out what the hell that gravitational disturbance was.
Can I try to remodel the disturbance that I witnessed on the Tenshi and compare it to the one that's on the
They're the same.
in the logs? Okay.
They're
Yeah,
the
I'll
same.
say yeah, this is what we experienced on the Tenshi.
Are you sure? My memory's still a little fuzzy of that event.
As sure as I can be without the Tenshi sensor logs.
Do you remember what caused it?
Presumably the man with the suitcase.
Right. Didn't he have a ship or something?
He definitely had a suitcase. Whether he had a ship is debatable.
But didn't his ship turn into the suitcase?
I saw the suitcase, I never saw a ship.
I'm trying to remember if you were in the shuttle bay or not. Because I
She
remember the shuttle
was.
bay.
She
I-
was.
Oh, did we see it transform?
Yes.
I did, yes. Well, because
Oh, okay.
I thought you were. I thought this was a good role play.
Oh, I did. I just forgot that we saw that happen.
Because I remember the shuttle bay, but I don't remember the other thing. I don't remember the science lab. So I was just playing off of it.
Not much
Computer.
happened in the science lab.
Yeah, I don't think we got there. I think it was just he wanted to do an experiment, and then that's all. We think it was to be continued after that.
He said he wanted to repair his ship.
Yes. All right, so I'm going to try to figure out what caused that. And if possible, if that suitcase is still on the starbase, I would like to try to get scans of that.
I will give this to you. Theoretically, tense gravitational wave could have been a wormhole or some other subspace phenomenon used to travel between 2 points of space and time.
A wormhole would make sense. Computer, is there any evidence of a wormhole connecting this system to the previous system Starbase 17 was in?
Negative.
No subspace
Okay.
disturbances?
None detected.
Computer, calculate the energy required to fold space between this solar system and previous solar system.
Are you thinking that that ship somehow folds space and time to maneuver to for propulsion source?
It would be incredibly advanced if it could, but that would explain how we got here. We didn't have to actually move here. We just had to. He would have just had to have space move.
And that could also explain why it appeared in almost an instant. Computer, how much time passed between our last known position in whatever system we're in to our current position?
Please elaborate.
how much time was logged when Starbase 17 was located in whatever system we were in to our current location?
14 hours. 37 minutes and 21 seconds.
How long? What warp factor is required to move that distance in that time? Sorry, but Prax, for making you do math.
Unachievable warp speeds. Speed of light would have to achieve 18,136.5 Cochranes. No Federation starship is capable of producing those speeds.
So the Starbase would have to travel above warp 10 in order to achieve that.
You can't travel above warp 10. You can only reach warp 10.
Right.
Warp 10 allows for instantaneous travel between all points in the universe.
So back to the second inquiry then. Is that briefcase ship still on the Starbase?
Please specify parameters. Several briefcases are located on the starship.
What was his name?
It's
Zed?
not scannable.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Neither is he.
So yeah, I don't know what to do then. I think that's all the information I could get.
Meanwhile, we'll go over to Garibaldi. As the two of you enter the shuttle bay. And at this point, your communicator chirps.
Oh, hold on, Zed. Lieutenant Quick's here.
I believe, Commander, you're ordering Garibaldi to not let Zed go just yet.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought like the master control was controlled at ops, but Lieutenant, are you still with Mr. Zed by any chance?
Yes, Commander. We're just reaching the shuttle bay now, sir.
Ah, excellent. You should both hear this anyways. Mr. Zed, I just wanted to inform you that we're gonna have to delay your part. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to delay your departure by a couple hours. It appears that our station has been relocated when our power came back on. Until we can figure out why, I can't expose the inside of the station to for your own safety or our crews. Um, Mr. Lieutenant Quicks, I'd appreciate it if you could entertain Mr. Zed for just a short time longer until we can figure this out.
Yes, Commander. Well, Zed, you heard the commander. I'd like a tour of the Arboretum.
I have already seen the Arboretum.
Oh. A nice meal?
I do not eat.
Ooh, what's that like?
I wouldn't
I mean,
know. I've never
I
ate
mean,
before.
huh? You're really missing out. What is your? I bet this doesn't violate any of your protocols. What are things that your people enjoy?
I do not have. I do not enjoy anything. I do not feel anything.
Do you lack emotional affect like a Vulcan or an android?
I suppose the closest things to feeling is the sensory input that I sense from other living creatures, enough to distinguish their emotional behaviors through intense observations.
So you're left with only experiencing things vicariously.
Yes.
Do you ever get curious about what it would be like to eat?
No.
Are you sure? You're missing out.
I lack the appropriate oral and biological functions to process food.
But you said you're a telepath, right?
Yes.
Why don't we go? We'll go up to. I know a nice cafe on the Arboretum.
Ah,
I will
yes.
get
The Beam Me Up Cafe, where I met Lieutenant Burke.
right. So here's an idea. I'll
She
get.
enjoyed a lovely strawberry pastry. She found it quite enjoyable.
Wait, but through your telepathy,
Yes.
did you experience what it tasted like for her?
Yes. She felt enjoyment.
How did it make you feel though?
I felt nothing.
No reaction at all. If I were to put the experience on a scale from 1 to 5, with 1 being strongly disagreeable and a 5 being strongly agreeable, where would you put it?
It would not be on the scale because I would not neither disenjoy or enjoy the feeling.
It seems like a weakness for your people as researchers.
No, we simply evolved to not have emotions.
So you've had them before, and
Several millions of years ago.
huh, interesting, similar development to the Vulcans. Used to
You
be
know,
quite a special
Vulcans
species.
still experience emotions vicariously. They choose to suppress them. I have sensed this in many Vulcans.
So you just simply have none.
Yes.
That is fascinating, Mr. Z. How Now you said you've been here for a millennia. How old is your species?
Um,
You're going to tell me I don't have a number to express that, right?
no. I am doing the calculations.
Uh huh.
It's a rather large number.
I understand.
14
Or maybe
million years, 378,492, 31 hours, and 21 seconds, judging by local current orbital patterns of this planet.
it's a very exact number, Mr. Zed.
Indeed.
It looks like I'm going to miss seeing your ship, at least in the short term. Can you tell me about it?
It's a ship.
Okay. Well,
It travels space.
What kind of propulsion system does it use? Does it use a warp drive like we do? I hear the Romulans do something with a black hole kind of thing. How do you travel from? How does your ship travel from place to place?
By similar means.
Similar, but not the same. Similar, like Starfleet's warp drive and the whatever the Romulans call their drive.
You both travel through warping of space and time.
And so your ship does the same. Fascinating. Well, if I hadn't failed engineering, I'd have all sorts of questions about that. I bet you don't have anyone like in my career among your people then. Huh? No need
Please,
for counsel. You don't have feelings, yeah?
I wish to not cause any more trouble with you, but I would like to go now. Please inform your commander.
You're not causing trouble. We're having a conversation. Let's continue the
No,
conversation
but she
a
will.
little bit. Excuse me? Okay, I'm stalling a little, but we're still having conversation. I mean, you said you came here to study everything and everybody. What a better chance to study than to ask questions of a native?
Why ask? I can merely see.
That seems kind of rude.
To you, yes. But I do not interfere with your thoughts. Unless it is necessary.
Well, let's try not to keep. Let's try to keep that from being necessary. Don't it would make you rob my memories. Quist wouldn't like that very much. As many lifetimes as he's lived, memories are kind of precious. Hold on a minute. Yeah, Quix takes his combat. Lieutenant Quix to Commander Arif.
Go for a reef.
Commander Arif, running out of ways to stall, said, "How much longer do I need to hold him, sir?"
Um, I don't. I don't think you're gonna need to hold him much longer, counselor. Uh, see if it's see if it's possible that his ship interfered with our station, uh, traveling to our new destination.
New destination, sir.
Uh, oh, uh, yes, it would appear when our red alert ended, our station was relocated, uh, a good about 30 light years.
I I will ask, Captain. Yeah, Quix out. Zed, did you know that our station is not in the same place it was when you got here?
Yes,
Did your ship cause that?
yes. May I go now?
Can your ship uncause that?
It would destroy the station.
That would be bad.
Yes. Though
How
you
did
are
you?
close to the Tenshi now.
There is that. How did you move us so far so fast? Captain, the commander said I wouldn't have to hold you much longer. Why don't we have a look at that ship of yours? But don't leave until I say it's okay. All right. You agree?
I apologize. I cannot let you see inside my ship. You have a prime
Well,
directive, after all. The same applies to us.
that I can understand. I haven't always agreed with that prime directive thing, but take an oath. Well, you could show me the outside, right?
You can see the outside. You already have pictures in your database.
I'd like to get more pictures. Snapshots to send home.
I don't believe it would do you any good to see more of it, but
Well, at least we get the ship out, get it ready, and then when the commander gives the okay, then you'll be ready to leave. Come on, right through this way.
this is only going to cause more trouble. But very well.
What's going to cause more trouble?
My people. But seeing as you wish to keep endeavoring this course of action, I will follow you.
Leave into the shuttle bay. All right. Do the thing with your ship. Kuya's gonna have his
Oh,
tricorder out and recording.
you were already in the shuttle bay. I was mistaken that you were leading him out
All
of the
right.
shuttle bay to somewhere else.
Um, Kuya's gonna let him do his thing with his briefcase and take active scans while it happens.
He puts his briefcase down, unlatches it, unfolds, and he steps away, and shiny bright light appears, and as it unfolds, you see it looks like a flying saucer.
I'm going to as quickly as I can get as much information as I can direct the ship sensors through my tricorder to get from this ship.
The
Whatever
sensors
it'll.
do not even detect that the ship is there.
I just look at Zed. That's not fair, Zed. It really is not fair.
We take our secrecy to heart.
I get that.
And he walks up to his ship. He puts his hand on it. Very smooth, it's like smooth, and also like lines appear, and a hatch opens up.
Can I peer inside?
It's a blinding light inside as you try to look. Good day, Mr. Quicks. Or is it Garibaldi?
It's both.
Parasites.
As Zed, really got to ask, since your system seemed to damage Starfleet technology, probably, hopefully the commander won't get mad at, the captain won't get mad at me for telling you this, but it would be best if you avoided us until you can arrange for your observations to be to no longer harm us.
Perhaps in a few millennia.
Perhaps we'll be more advanced and you'll be a better researcher.
I have been researching for 1 millennia.
Consider good researchers don't damage their subjects.
You are all still alive. Good day. And he pours his ship.
Lieutenant Kui to Commander Reef.
Yes, Lieutenant, let him go.
I appreciate your confidence in that in thinking that I had an option there.
Yeah.
Did my best to get a scan. He won't even show up on our scanners. We may have to chalk this up to one of those mysteries we can't solve.
Or one we won't solve yet. However, we need to get our bearings, and quite frankly, he can't or won't assist with that.
Aye, Commander. And then his quick thinks about it. He just kind of says to the air. He figures that Zed can hear. Zed, you got permission to leave, and he wants to set his tricorder. And we're going to try to control the ship sensors through his tricorder. I can't scan the ship, but he wants to scan local space around the ship to scan for how the ship interacts with space around it. So scanning for changes in space around the ship as it moves.
As the ship moves out, it's literally constantly bending space-time.
I'm just going to make a record of the whole thing.
And you don't even see it on sensor. You can't even see it, but he's gone.
Okay, looking at the sensor reading, the recording, does the bending of the space create a hole or a gap that we could indirectly use to track the ship?
No. Like when he jumps away, it's like he's everywhere simultaneously, and then he's gone.
I will send what sensor readings I have to the make sure it gets reported in the main computer and tag it for the science officer. Go back to my lonely office in sick bay.
All right, Vogel. What else are you doing?
If the ship left, nothing. It's nothing to scan. Unless I'm mistaken.
Does the station have sensor logs of when his ship left?
I literally told that to Garibaldi. The ship was actively bending space time, and then when it disappeared, it was like it was everywhere for a split second, and then gone.
Yeah, but I wanted to see if we could measure the field it created and if that could tell us about how far he went.
The computer wasn't able to calculate it properly.
Okay.
Anything anyone else's wish to do?
Uh, Figure out how many starships it's going to take to tow a station.
We should probably attempt to contact Starfleet Command.
Oh, yeah, that's a call I'm not looking forward to. ETA on the captain's recovery?
He is still mending in sickbay.
All right. Um, yeah, let's contact Starfleet Command.
Someone at Opsters was like, unfortunately, Commander, our subspace relay is down. Engineering reports it'll take 30 hours to um, repair the damaged receiver.
Whew. Dodged a bullet there, I guess. Fair enough. Hmm.
Oh, yeah. Quick Six, he gets like halfway. It starts walking towards head back to his office. Turns around and goes and finds a computer system he can access the station sensors from. He wants to go scan for the Tenshi. Zed did tell him it was close by.
You would need to do that from Ops or Stellar Cartography.
Head to stellar cartography. That seems like probably the most logical place to go.
You enter Stellar Cartography to find it's already in use for two individuals you already met, Lieutenant Vogel and Lieutenant Elena 4. And the quirky ECH.
Lieutenant Ellen, Lieutenant Vogel. Can I borrow the sensors?
They belong to Starfleet.
So you're a little muffled there, Winchester. I couldn't understand you.
Oh, I said they belong to Starfleet.
Let me rephrase. I apologize for not being clear. Can I use the sensors for a moment?
All yours, Counselor.
Thanks, LT.
Reason science difficulty 1 assisted by the ship's sensors plus science. Sorry, the station sensors plus science. It's going to take a little bit to get used to, guys. Just FYI.
Good. Reason science difficulty 1. I've been trying to buy a die roll for now, an opportunity to roll the dice for about an hour now. Hey, will you take We Are Stronger Together Than Apart?
You're not. You're doing this by yourself. You're not getting help from.
I'm trying to find the Tenchi and bring us together. No? All right. That's.
Do you want
I was trying. Yeah, I can't stretch any of my other values towards that. Unless you want to give me the mission directive.
Oh, sorry, my headphones disconnected. I was trying to say, if you ask for help, that might work.
Oh. I'm going to ask the lieutenants to help me. Hey, I'm not. Can you give me a hand with this? I'm trying to find the Tenchi. Zed said it's in this area. Said it was close. His idea of close may be challenging, but
I will assist you.
I'll take that then. That focus or that value.
thank you. All right. Well, that's 2 successes plus 3.
2 momentum generated. You're not detecting the Tenchi nearby, at least in this system, on long range sensors. That's 2 momentum or 3 momentum gained so far. Sensors science from the station.
Okay. Is there a way to extend the range of the sensors?
No.
Well, bollocks.
Like, you're not detecting it in space.
Is it on any of the nearby planetoids? Okay, there'd be a momentum spend to ask that question.
You can expect that they could be on a planetoid. You don't know. Sensors are just not detected in space.
Lieutenants, could it be in subspace? Based on the way that guy travels?
It is possible we could attempt to search for it. We can reconfigure the sensors to look for subspace anomalies.
Can we do that, Jim?
Your cap. So if you go down to 4 momentum, I will tell you it's not in subspace. So it's not in subspace.
Okay, it's not safe. Do we need another sensor roll to scan? In our sensor range, how many planetary bodies are there within our sensor range?
Media sensor range 1, but there are 4 planets in this, or yeah, 4 planets in this system. Well, this particular star, in orbit around this particular star. There are several more around the other 2 stars, which you would need to send a runabout or something to those worlds.
Those are my ideas. Lieutenant Vogel, you're a sciencey person, right?
You can say that.
What do you think? Am I just being too hopeful that when Zed said close, it would be within our sensor range? Or maybe it's on a planet? What do y'all think?
It can't hurt to look.
Well, I guess we could go to the captain who recovers or ask the commander for the runabout. I'm kind of curious. I want to find out now. What about you two? I mean, it was your ship.
Did sensors detect a ship, or is this a thing where we got to take runabouts?
The station can scan the planet it's currently orbiting, but to scan the other planets, you would have to take a runabout.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just scan the close by planet. If it's not there, then yeah, we would need a permission to take a runabout.
This will be an extended task to do a planetary survey on the planet you're currently orbiting. Reason science difficulty 3, work 14, magnitude 3 with a resistance of
1. Can I use the value never forget where you came from?
Sure.
I'm trying to find the ship that I served on or whatever. And
Sure.
what's the roll?
It's difficulty 3. Reason plus science. Just by the station's sensors plus science.
All right, I'll use 2 momentum.
Gain 2 so far.
Can I assist?
Sure.
Okay, so it's gonna be reason and science. One die. Oop, there we go.
I'll re-roll my miss.
You're currently capped. You have 1 float. Roll 6 challenge dice. 6 work currently. So,
Is it?
Yeah.
Sure. I'll just keep rolling. Or with
Sorry,
the float.
4. Yeah.
Yeah, I
it's,
was about
sorry,
to
it's
say.
5. It's actually 5 work with the float.
Right, I'll use the float to add in another work just to not waste it.
It was 4. Sorry, I was miscounting. Yeah.
Oh, with the okay.
Yeah, with the float. Yeah, it's 5 with the float.
Now I'm caught up. I'll use a momentum.
Get it back. 1 float. Just need the
Counselor,
assist.
you want to roll your assist?
2 float. Roll challenge dice.
Should be 6.
That is 6 work.
How much float we have? 2?
Yes.
The 2 float plus 1 more, and that should finish the task.
Yeah. All right. Big information dump. Because you're doing a planetary survey. If copy and paste would work.
Well, Lieutenant's at least you don't have to. You don't have to wonder anymore.
Yeah. Would seem that we found it. What's left of it anyway?
Any questions?
I don't. Oh, any I suppose we should ask, is this inhabited by intelligent species,
No.
or is it just plant animal life?
Plant and animal life.
Because that might dictate what we do next. Is this a system previously unsurveyed, or was it surveyed?
It is unsurveyed.
Interesting.
You're the first person to survey the planet.
As I understand your old ship's mission profile, it looks like she went down fulfilling her purpose of exploration.
Well, at least she could scan one last M-class planet for us. I'll go ahead and get this information logged and sent up to Ops. Perhaps I could get a salvage team sent. But it seems like it'd be a nice M-class planet. Possible colony site.
Well,
Or
maybe
potential at least.
before we attempt to put the station back where it was, maybe we convince Starfleet to keep it where it is. I guess that decision gets made over our heads, though.
Yeah, but we could at least suggest it in the report.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you for your help, Counselor.
Well,
I think I got a few reports to rate.
that sounds about right. That sounds correct. Well, look, you need someone to talk to. My office is always open to you, both of you. But it seems one of you has its own built-in counselor.
I'm sure the ECH would also appreciate your services.
That's what I'm here for.
Well, maybe I could get on one of the salvage teams and see if my room is still there. Might save me a trip to the clothing shop.
Well, it'll be healthy for you to get have a chance to say goodbye to the girl. Well, if you wish, Lieutenant, I'll make arrangements to let the rest of the Tenshi crew know that we found her. If you'd like.
That'd be helpful.
I'll take care of it, LT. Let me know if you need anything, and then Garibaldi's gonna head back to his office and start working out a way to gently to inform the Tenshi crew members that the Tenshi's been found, and then watch his appointment calendar fill up with Tenshi crew members.
Anything else anybody wishes to do before we close out today's session?
Is the captain awake at all? In medbay?
That will be for roleplay for next session.
Okay. Damn it! He's dead, Jim.
Don't mind that. I saw my opportunity. I took it.
Then next time.
All right, and I think with that, we will conclude today's session.